Hello, good morning, everyone. I think we'd rather start. A few people have not joined, but hopefully they will join along the way. I want us today to look at coding and how you do coding. I sent you some assignments. Some people have gotten back to me, and if you got back to me, I think I also got back to you with the feedback. Generally, that was good. Most people made very brilliant attempts, and it's good to see that you have a good grasp of Nvivo workspace and node structure. Although we'll revisit node structure today, but it's good to see that you keyed in or you created nodes correctly. Despite that, some of us, including myself, we had software issues, but I hope we have had a way of going through it about it. So let me make a brief, let me make a recap of what we did last week. We were exploring last week the Nvivo workspace, and we looked at different parts of the software where you'll find what. We looked at the ribbon where the commands are. We looked at the um, navigation pane where you have your options. Then we looked at how to upload the documents in Nvivo, and by the virtue that in your returned assignment you're able to, I can see the documents, then it is assured that you're comfortable with that. We looked at node, how to create nodes and node structure. That there's a big one, then there's a smaller one at the center, then there's the child, the grandchild, which now defines everything. And we will see in this class today that mostly we go by the very specific one. If we are talking about marital status, you will not code marital status. You'll go ahead and code something else, which defines the marital status of that person, if it's married or not. So the child code mostly is the one that we use to code. In absence of the child code, that is the very specific one. Then we go to the child. We will see that. We also looked at the idea of a code book, and we saw a code book like a container with all your codes. When we talk about codes here, also think about nodes because it's one and the same thing. So it contains everything that you have, and these are your labels. The codes are your labels, and they are contained in a code book. The idea of coming up with a code book is to see what codes you have, what thematic categories are there, because the thematic categories are essentially the codes or the nodes you are talking about. And you'll see today in coding how you go about identifying those codes to the point where you are creating a code book. I shared a code book with you last time. Hope you had a chance to look at it, and those of you who attempted the assignment, you used it to develop the whole node structure for that particular project you created. We also looked at the idea of I don't know whether we looked at queries or we said we look at it today, but we went through the query in its superficial explanation. We will look at it today deeply. We also looked at like reports, which is also the hallmark of this. Um, let me go to today's session. We'll we will do a presentation first. This one that is showing. Then we will switch to our software next because it will be more practical. I think in the next hour we will do it practically. So coding. I should have started with this slide, and it's saying so coding. You must code at the end. You must code. You might not do anything else in Nvivo, but you have to code. Coding is, and that's why I'm saying it's the hallmark of qualitative data analysis, and just not just in Nvivo, but any other software you'll use when you're handling qualitative data. You must do some coding at some point, and it's very important because it's at coding level that you feed the software with the information, with the or what you want, or what you desire in your project or your analysis level. And you cannot ask it for feedback, as you will see next in queries. You will not be able to query the software if you did not code, because coding essentially gives the software the information, and then you can retrieve it back in patterns or trends that you wish. So you cannot escape coding. And we are saying it's a process. It's never an event. It's a process, because as you'll see in the next slide, coding starts way before even coming to Nvivo. And defined, it is about labeling the sources, the documents that, for instance, we had with a node, with a code. So what you need to have to do coding, one, you need to have sources. And we have seen how you import sources in Nvivo. You also need to have the nodes as we created them last time and as you did in your assignment. So you need those two. And essentially what that means is that any information in your transcripts, in your sources that talks about something, you code with that something. What I mean there is, if you see a node, if you see you're reading what your participants were narrating to you, allow me, Catherine, to use your case. You held interviews with your employees somewhere, and you wanted to know what really motivates them for higher performance. And then they talked about issues to do with remuneration, like pay hike, they want pay rise, they want issues to do with capacity development in terms of being trained, what we call or what you call in your case on-job training. They want to know they want for their motivation. Employees, they when you are talking to them, whether in individuals or in groups, irrespective of the cadre, they were talking about professional development. They're also talking about issues to do with leave, paid leave, maternity leave. Those are the things that motivate them. So in your sources, where you're reading your sources in Nvivo, where you uploaded them, and they are saying that, I think, for instance, now this is a quote that you're reading from such a transcript from an employee. He or she says, I think one thing that can motivate me for higher output or work performance is pay rise. Pay rise. So somewhere, uh, even in your development of code book, you will have noted something somewhere like pay rise is something that is coming up in your transcripts, and you have that, and you have created that as a node. That is a motivation, pay rise. So whenever they talk about something to do with pay rise or something like that, you label that paragraph or that sentence with a node called pay rise, and you have it in Nvivo. When they talk about, say, promotion, one thing that motivates me, this is someone saying, an employee saying, that one thing that motivates me is promotion. I mean, mobility, professional mobility from one cadre to another. So whenever they talk about issues to do with promotion, you see, they will put it in different words, but you understand it's about promotion. So whenever such data comes up, whenever such information comes up in your sources, you label that using a node now called promotion, and you'll have it as a node. In our case, the example we were using in our course, or that of contraceptives, if you are talking to those youth, like the girls, and they tell you that, this is a girl saying, for instance, one barrier I face in accessing and using contraceptive is that, when I go to a provider, they tell us that, and this is something that comes up commonly. They tell us that we are not a kina mama, and they are giving preference to women who have mothers who have children, so they will not attend to us when we go to them. So in your mind, what that person is saying is about a structural barrier, and we said we can define that further by saying that structural barrier is something to do with poor provider client relationship. Or a girl says, I do not have money, and I hear that these things cost a lot of money. That is the contraceptives. So in your mind, you know that that is a financial barrier. So you will label that sentence, that paragraph, with a label, with a node now called financial barriers. They might say, they will go on and say a lot of things. So the idea is, your sources, read them even beforehand, come up with nodes, and when you come to coding in Nvivo, coding now entails labeling those excerpts, those sentences, those paragraphs with a code. And that's what Nvivo will understand. It will bring out the entire information for you, and we'll see how. So in your mind, just know that coding is just labeling. It's just the way in quantitative, you'd say, let code one, you just have codes, code one or code two, let code one represent female. So whenever you have female, you put one. Whenever you have male, you put two. I mean, that's coding. So one and two are the codes, and they represent something. It's the same way. We are saying that coding helps you to reduce data, and I have explained that instead of now having the whole paragraph, what that person was talking about, that maybe for the case of job performance and those appraisals and all that, when they are talking about what motivates them uh, at workplace, they will say a lot of things, but that thing can be represented by just one node. Maybe they are talking about professional development. They are saying one thing that motivates me is being involved in career development activities, including training and acquisition of new knowledge. That's something that motivates the employees. So instead of having all that information, you'll just have one word or just a few words to represent that. And that's what we are calling node. And the process is the whole process is coding. Then you require a very good understanding of data. And I have emphasized this since the beginning, that you need to be very close to your data. You need to know so that you understand what code, what node to apply to what exact, or what kind of information coming from your respondents. Good understanding of data is good for us as quantitative researchers and analysts for that matter, because even when you're having a new member of a team, it is very important to train them that this is how our data look like. So so that they will be having an understanding when someone is talking about barriers, for instance, in contraceptive access and use. It's good to understand what barriers you're looking for and how you can label such excerpt with a particular code. The last point there is that the researcher presence is required. One thing that you need to know, Nvivo will it will never analyze data for you. It makes things easier, just that. It will never do that for you. It will never analyze data for you. It's your decision. And the beauty of that is you can manipulate data in any way you want. Okay, let me go to the next slide. And this is the process of coding now. And I'm saying coding starts before. I think I will have to share this with you and something else also at the end. Yeah, so that you can do your reading as well. Coding starts before Nvivo entry. And this is what we call informal coding. Okay, we can group coding into two groups or categories, informal and formal. So informally, you start even before going, sometimes even when you are at the field work, when you are collecting data. Because when you're collecting data, you will be asking people, for instance, for the example of workplace performance, you know what you're asking and you have heard what people are saying. So maybe you ask them one question. What do you think would be the best employer initiated kind of motivation at workplace? Or let me use another example. What challenges do you face in your day-to-day work? Maybe this is an HR who wants to know what challenges the employees face and the possible best ways to tackle those challenges. Then that when you're even interviewing them, when you're talking to them, you'll hear what is coming up. They will tell you that they say, maybe someone says, the challenges I face is that some of my seniors have say sexual advances towards me and they grade me poorly if I do not agree to what they are saying. So that's a challenge. So in your mind, you're noting that's about sexual harassment or something like that. So even when you're coming to create your code book, you know there's an element of sexual harassment that is coming up. Maybe another challenge they would cite is that I do not have resources. Maybe some will say access to internet is a problem. So you also note that that's a challenge. Things like so you that's how why I'm saying that you need to be very close to your data. Um, and that's informal coding, and it starts you start coming up with these codes even when you are talking to them. Then the second step, I'll share with you an analysis plan that will guide you. The second one is preliminary content reading of transcripts. What that means is that, okay, you or someone else has done transcription for you. You have the data is no longer in voice, it is now in uh, written, it's in text, in form of documents, and those you have those documents in your computer already. Just the way I sent you the three IDIs. So preliminary content reading is about just reading your transcripts plainly, just plainly. Just read them like a book, just enjoying reading them. Not all of them, of course, just take a sample. Pick like 3 or 2 or 4, depending on the size of your, um, depending on how many they are. So if there are 20, you can pick like 2 or 3. Just read them plainly, just getting what, for you to get what is coming out from such data. Then there's a process called open coding. Now, open coding, you go to the transcripts again, you start reading them, but you're not reading them plainly. You're making notations, you're making comments. A place like where an employee says, I faced the challenge of balancing my work time and my social time. And for you as an HR or a person who is doing that, you realize, okay, this person could be talking about work-life balance. Okay. So you will note that. You will note that on the transcript. You have different ways of doing that in Word document. You can have, there's a section of comments. You can even color or highlight something like red, yellow, or just make a comment just on that transcript. And this you're doing now open coding, that you have noted something to do with this could be work-life balance. So you go noting those themes that are coming up, and it is you making those codes, and you're making them or creating them based on what is in your transcript. I mean, you're not just getting it from a vacuum. You're reading what you read, you make out what that person is talking about. So that's open coding. And when you do that, it will pave way for a code book development. And we saw a code book. It's a list. I sent you that. You probably you had time to look at it. And you saw what a parent code is a bigger code. Okay. Then there's a child code at the center there. The child code defines the parent code, but that child code can be defined further by a grandchild code. So after you've done preliminary content reading, you've done open coding, you have an idea of what is coming up, then you come to develop a code book. And a code book will have those codes such as now what we said, promotion, sexual harassment as a challenge, for instance. Allow me to do one, ukiona, so that you get what I'm saying. So I'm still on Catherine's case. I'm just using another example. And here I want to insert I would just want to develop a code book. Just right now, so that you follow. I wanted to have 3 columns and something like that. So what I will have here is a grandchild. No, it's a parent. Let me start with the parent because it's the bigger one. Then it is defined by a child code. Remember these things, Nvivo huwa inaelewa hizi child code and grandchild code because the concept it also uses. We will see that maybe when you go to queries, child code. So maybe the bigger theme there was employee motivation. Employee motivation. And then they say, I'm reading the transcript and I saw something like promotion, you know. Maybe now at that point there's nothing that would define promotion. So I would keep it open. So the other one would be incentives. Now incentives ni mingi. So we can have incentives like pay rise, incentive like leave, something like that, or even incentive like recognition. You know, mkiwa kwa meeting, you're being recognized in front of other staff, and you're being told, that was nice, you know, something like that. So this, I mean, I'm just reading this from my transcripts, and this is what's coming up. All right, then I'll go to challenges. Maybe that's something else I asked them, what challenges they face. And then someone is talking about, I would say, what I'm thinking is structural challenges. And one of these is, for instance, internet things, maybe access to library or something like that. So you have such challenges, and they are structural. Then maybe there's something to do with what you have talked about, sexual harassment. They report that some of their seniors, you know, are having such issues. I will leave this open. So essentially, this is how you develop a code book for that particular case. We have a parent code here. I think I should make it bigger, maybe like that, for you to see. So here we have the codes. So it's an employee motivation. What would motivate you? It's about promotion. I have left that open. So in that case, when I come to code, I'll just code with promotion. So then it comes to, they are talking about incentives and what kind of incentives. Then I'll code using either pay rise, if that's what they talk about, if about leave. Okay, let's go back to our code book, the one we used last time. And I am bringing it on your screen there. And you can see it's the same thing we are talking about. So it's code book development. It's very important for you to get what is coming up in your data. You had this. So here, for instance, we are in this question of barriers to contraception use and access. One of the barriers they cited is financial. There was nothing more about financial, so I left it open. Then they cited barriers such as sociocultural barriers, but there are so many sociocultural barriers they cited. They talked about stigma, they talked about myths. So like that, that's how you do a code book. So you read, I'm going back to my presentation. You read, do preliminary content, reading, see what is coming up, think how you would classify that, be creative, do open coding, make those notations or comments, what is coming up, then develop a code book, as you have seen. Then remember, there's no standard code book. It is dependent on your study. As you have seen, we have created one for employee satisfaction. We have created one for contraceptive use. So you will customize a code book according to your study or what you have as data. Then think about node structure. Node structure is about how they arrange themselves now. It's a parent code, there's a child code, there's a grandchild code. This is very important, and that's why I gave you that assignment, and you scored 100% on node structure. Node structure is about how you can we see your grandchild code in your parent code, and you did that very well, and you'll be guided by your code book when you are making now. Did you remember you in Nvivo software already? You are creating those nodes, and then you start now the formal coding, and we'll see how you do now coding. But you already know. I just hinted that it is just labeling all those sentences, all that text with simple words that you identified in terms of codes, in form of codes. I think I'm repeating this. So this is what applying nodes in Nvivo means now. You have nodes and you have your sources. It is about labeling sources with nodes. Just understand that as plainly as it is. It's labeling sources or even excerpts, those sentences. Could be even paragraphs. So you can code a whole paragraph, and this person is talking about what they want to see in terms of their motivation is promotion. So they talk about so many things, but you will just know that is promotion, and you'll just code that paragraph with one word, promotion. Then for you to do coding, of course, you need to create nodes. You created nodes in the assignment, and we saw that last week. You need to have sources imported. Of course, as we said, Nvivo does not work in a vacuum. You need to have sources imported. I'm saying here, close sources in your computer first to import. You realize that when a document is opened, you are not able to upload it in Nvivo. It will tell you that this document is in use elsewhere. So you just need to close that document you want to upload, then you upload it. And you are saying, do not overcode. Some people tend to overcode. I mean, applying every code, just need to be judicious. What goes where? You will not code everything. Then work in teams. Mostly you would want to work with teams. And how you work in teams using Nvivo is that you have your software. Mercy has, Winfrida is working on hers. Maybe these are teammates, they're working on the same project, but they have shared their work. So they work in groups, in a team, but also in isolation. So at some point, say Mercy will want to see what Winfrida is doing, or Winfrida will want to see what Pauline is doing. And we introduced the idea of memos last time. So you'll communicate with memos. When you're working on a project, say Winfrida, you're working on a project similar to what Pauline is working on, you can send her your project and she can access from her side. Just emailing it to her. As long as she has the software, she is able to download and open that particular project, and also work. You can work, see what she's doing, work on it even more, and you can revert it back to her with memos or something you have added. Good thing with Nvivo is that it will show. That's why we say that it carries an audit trail. So if Pauline did some changes and sent back the project to Winfreda, Winfreda would be in a position to know who did what, because it labels that those changes, who did what. This issue of double coding. Double coding essentially entails having a primary coder and a secondary coder. What I mean here is, Mercy, you would be coding your transcripts, but you want to be very sure that you're doing the right thing. So you're the primary coder because you're doing it the first time. Then, because you're working in teams and you want everything to be okay, you want to send your project to someone else. Say you send to Catherine, and Catherine will be the secondary coder for that matter. What Catherine will be doing is she will be looking at what you have coded and whether you have done it the right way, or whether she agrees. If she doesn't agree, she can create a memo and send it back to you. Maybe she tells you, I think we can collapse these codes. There's no much difference, or something else you will see. So it's always important for you to have a good work as a team, have a primary coder. Just like the way you can do a document on some assignment and then send to someone else to check whether you're doing the right thing. So at that point, the other person will be the secondary reader. In this case, is a coder. When you're doing coding, you become a coder. So there's a primary coder, the person who does that work first, and then there's a secondary coder, the one who reviews what the primary coder has done. You would want to work with teams. The next slide is now actual coding. The picture you're seeing there is, let me just make it like that. You have opened transcript, and you can see here I've opened IDI1. I called it IDI1 Urban. It's a transcript I had. So I am applying codes now, and I'm reading this transcript word for word. So where she says, so you are single, that's the researcher asking that. She says, yes, I am single, never married. What you'll do is that you'll pick all this sentence and code it with one code, which you have as single under marital status, also under participant background information. I'm just trying to see that here. So you have marital status and they're telling you they are single, they have never been married. So you will apply this, just single. We will see that practically. So what you do is you highlight all that sentence or paragraph that you want to code. Then, as usual, do a right click. Right click, then you'll see this, all these options. But since you are coding, you're interested with this one, code selection. Because you have selected and you need to code that. Let's see what happens next in the next slide. When you click code selection, It gives you two options, either code selection at existing nodes or code selection at new node. If you have a new node, you will select that. But you have existing nodes, like the nodes you already have when you created nodes in your Nvivo. So you select code selection at existing nodes. When you click this first option, you will see this. That box will pop up because you've selected to apply node in an existing node, and you have existing nodes. So it will go back and retrieve for you those existing nodes, and it will ask you now which ones you want to apply, and you will select them. Essentially, that's it. That's how you do coding. I will send you this for your reference, but I want us to do something practical now. Um, One of my machines, the one that I'm using to present, doesn't have Nvivo, or Nvivo is we saw last week it was misbehaving. So I am logging in with another, the one that has so that I can show you, and you can also be doing that on your side. Just give me a minute to log in with the other one.
Okay, I'm back. I've just joined with another one. Sorry for that. So I want to present now my screen. I don't know why I lost my capacity to present. I don't know, Ian, whether you can allow me to do a presentation. Tells me that I must be granted permission to do that. Ian?
I don't know why I'm being logged out. So I was saying I will use Solomon's work. I want to find it. It's downloading. So what I want to do is I want to use Solomon's work to show you. We just code one source so that we have done this theoretically, but I want us to do it practically now before we go to the next final part, which is queries. It's just taking some time to download. You realize that the more you work on an Nvivo project, the more it becomes heavy because of the content. And so sending it or downloading it takes some time. It has completed, so it's opening. I have opened it, so you can see it there. This is what Solomon did. We can see he has the three transcripts here, and he has the nodes here. If you look at the navigation pane and click on nodes, he has all the nodes. All the nodes. Okay. Just to say this for everyone, here when you see open, when it's open, we don't put anything below it because it's open. It's not a code. So maybe we will delete this Solomon. Yeah, I mean you want to delete that because it's not a code in itself. When you say open in the code book, it means that that particular, it doesn't have anything below it, just open. So sorry, I want to open, for instance, randomly IDI2. There it goes. It's opening. So ideally, this is how it will open when dealing with it. Let me have one person assist me to read. I'll be the M, the moderator, and then someone else will be R, a volunteer, so that we see how you do coding. A volunteer, please. So I don't know who will volunteer to read. If you can see what I'm presenting, you read part R. I will read M. I want us to do this in the next 15 minutes so that you see you have a feel of how coding is done, other than just relying on that presentation. Can I pick someone? Pauline, you want to help us with the reading? So I will do
Okay.
R. I will do M. You will do R.
Okay.
So there we go. Welcome to our discussion today, and thank you for making time. My colleague told you about this project. We want to understand the kind of barriers girls and young women face in accessing and using contraceptives. What could enable them access and use them, and their sources of information regarding contraceptives.
Yes, she told me that.
Okay, I don't know whether my volume is
Okay, I've
down. I didn't
responded.
hear.
Oh, yes, she told me that.
Yeah, now I can hear you. Okay, let us go straight to our discussion then.
Okay,
How old are you?
32.
Yeah. So when you hear something like that, you see this is something you're looking for in your study. That's the age. So what you do is you will click, you will highlight that. Then as our mantra, you right click. Something is not happening. It should be code. Let me see. It's not giving me an option to code. But what you do is click this option of code selection. I don't know why it's not. I mean, my version is still frustrating me. I don't know why. So it doesn't have the capacity to right click. Okay, Solomon, do you want to help us with your presentation? Solomon, are you ready? Or someone else? I don't know why my code selection is not. Okay, go on. Then I will stop presenting so that you can. Go ahead.
Okay, just a moment. Are you guys seeing my screen?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, you can see.
Okay, so yeah, personally, I had already highlighted, then right clicked, then I coded now to age. Had already coded to age.
Can anyone else see a banner screen?
It's too small.
Yeah, I thought.
It's small.
Yes.
Okay, let me stop sharing, then share again. I think there's someone else who's sharing.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen, but I can't see where it is.
Okay, would you kindly stop sharing, then I share? Okay, thank you. Now let me share window.
Abana, share the entire screen.
Okay, are you seeing now the entire screen?
Someone else confirm. Me, I can see that on
Yes.
my end.
Now we can see. The other time it was too small.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry for that.
Okay.
Okay, Pauline. So we go. Pauline says she's 32. I mean, we just
Yes.
this is just an example. So you highlight 32 Abanas, all of
Sorry.
it. Yeah, like that. Right click.
Then I click on code.
Right click.
Yeah, I have already like right clicked.
We are not seeing the option that is displaying.
Let me try again.
The best thing is to share the entire screen than a window.
Okay, let me do that just a moment.
You can stop sharing, then start sharing now using your entire screen.
Okay. Let me stop then. Are you seeing my entire screen now?
It's coming on the way. Yeah,
It's visible.
I can see it. Hopefully for others as well. So right click.
Yeah, are you seeing the pop-up?
Yes.
Yes, we
Okay,
can now.
So you say
okay,
code.
good.
Then once you say code, it will reveal for you the nodes that the nodes that you have already created, and it's now for you to identify where that what you want to do with that. Here we are talking about age, right? So you will
Yeah.
go to age.
Then click. Mine had already clicked. Okay, so I'd already coded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just continue. Just say okay. Once you say okay, you have already coded that. Once you okay. Okay. Pauline, so we go. And what is your current level of education?
I completed university a few years ago. Am I
So as a
audible?
researcher now, you need you
Mhm.
yes, we can hear you. Thank you. So now as a researcher, you know what you're looking for, what that person is reporting.
Yeah.
So you will just this is just an example. So you will highlight level of education, what she has just said,
Like the whole of this.
just that, like that. Then you code appropriately. So you know that's education. So you right click, code, then you know that's education. But there's something with education. So she has said she has completed. What did you
University.
say? What
University.
did you say, Pauline? Yeah, so
I
that's
have
tertiary. So
completed university a few years ago.
okay, yeah, so that's tertiary. You click OK.
Alex,
Yes,
Alex, excuse me.
yes.
So when I do the right clicking, I'm not seeing that option of the code. Mine is saying edit, export document, print, and then the code selection. When I do the highlightation of the statement, then I right click.
Yeah, the same is happening on my side. I think it's a installation issue that is not popping up, but it should work the way Abanas is working.
Okay.
That's why I asked
I
for
think
support
we
because
have
mine is
different
also not.
softwares. Excuse me, I
Yeah,
think we have
yeah,
different softwares with Makedi. So you should
yeah.
also
But the idea
address
is the same, huh?
us who have
Yeah,
the code selection.
yeah. The idea is the same when you do coding. That's why we okay. It's good that we have this your version and Abanas, but on the
Mm.
presentation we had the version that we are using that is 10. I'm sure Abanas and yourself you are using 12, but the idea
Yeah.
is the same. The idea is the same. Just highlight, right click, find the option to code, and then it will reveal for you the codes that you have.
So now for our case, now that we have the old software, how
Yeah.
do we go about it?
It's the same thing. You will I think it's there in my presentation. I have a step-by-step way of doing it. I showed you when I was presenting.
So it was that of the code selection.
It was that of code selection, yes.
But now from my screen, when I go to the code selection,
Yeah.
I'm not finding anywhere that maybe I can code maybe like age or maybe something like that, or maybe the education.
Do
Because
you
I
have?
just clicked because I just highlighted the age.
Yes.
Now when I do right clicking and then I go to the option of the code selection, then
What does
code
it give
selection
you?
at existing, code
Yeah.
selection at existing and at a new code. So
Yes.
I click the existing code. So after the existing code, I can see anywhere that maybe I can code that age. That is, there's nothing to code in there.
Maybe because you do not have nodes already.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have?
Uh,
Do you have nodes?
yeah. I created the nodes.
You have to select. You have to select
ID item.
the parent code that age or education is under. So there is
Mhm.
a plus sign.
Mhm.
So you have to click that for them to display
The plus sign
the
shows there's something below
the
it.
child code, and then pardon.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. I'm saying that the plus sign you're talking about shows there's something below.
Yeah. So you have to click that to get to the child code, to get to the grandchild code.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
Solomon, are you getting that?
Um, hmm, I'm trying to digest the information of going to the. I think I'm not the only affected. Maybe we are.
Okay. We will let's do this. Let's come to your case. You present your screen so that you see where the problem is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me
Yeah.
stop presenting.
No. Banas, continue presenting.
Okay.
Yeah. We will come to back to you, Solomon, to see what the issue is. So
Okay.
we're continuing, and okay, and marital status, please.
I am married.
So what Abanas is doing is right clicking, finding option of to code. It brings him the options we have, and there he goes, married. Then you say okay. All right. You can see this popping something showing that you have coded. In our previous conversation, you told me to arrange the interview at a time you are not at work.
Yes.
So where do you work?
I am employed at a county government here. At the county government here.
So you know that's about employment. That's occupation. So code. Then the something occupation.
Mhm.
So you select employed. So she says she employed. Then you ok. And thank you. And what is your average income?
You want me to tell you how much I am paid?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay, I cannot reveal the exact, but I earn more than 30,000.
Okay. Right click, then code. All right. So you'll go to somewhere like income. Yeah, that's where she fits. Okay, that's okay. Your religion?
I am an Anglican.
So remember, we do not have an option like Anglican, but we have something similar. So you code that as somewhere to do with the religion. I think so. Is there? Let's see what's in the religion. Being an Anglican, I mean, she's talking about Christianity. That's okay. That's fine. All right. I will ask you a few questions about contraceptives.
Go ahead.
Do you use any form of contraception?
Of course, I am married and I do use as the doctor recommends.
So, from that point, okay, let's continue anyway. Okay, I want us to talk about barriers you encounter or other young women face when accessing and using contraceptives.
Okay, on challenges, there are many, particularly amongst young girls, not even young girls, but also people of my age. For young girls, there is the issue of lack of freedom to use.
What about freedom to use?
I mean, they want to use because they are having sex but cannot access them, and mostly because of affordability issue. They might not have money. Some end up with pregnancies because of financial constraints associated with some of the methods of contraception. Money is also an issue to other women, but in hospitals, they give for free for women. I doubt if young girls are given these services.
Thank you. So from that, what do you deduce as a researcher and as an analyst who has been doing this kind of study? What comes up is affordability issue, is about they might not have money. So these are financial barriers, right?
Yes.
Save. Yeah, it asks you to save after some time. So what that means is Abanas, you want to highlight all that paragraph, and you can all see it's talking about money here. So what you, it's at the back of your mind, you already have financial constraints. So you code that, all that paragraph using that code. You go to barriers, financial. I don't think there's anything below financial. And
There
we
is.
code,
Oh, it's open.
I mean, we said we don't do it open because it's not a code itself.
Okay.
So you just select financial. Then you, okay. You've already coded that.
Yeah.
Pauline, you are continuing. Tell me more.
Girls fear going to buy because of stigma. Stigma against these girls is real, as they are not expected to be sexually active, so they are labeled. They also lack bargaining power with their boyfriends. If their boyfriends do not want to use male contraception, you see there is a problem there. Then again, girls get mixed information from their friends. They exchange all manner of information regarding contraceptives, and some do not know really what is correct and not correct.
Good. So here we have two concepts. Here we have two concepts. Girls fear going to buy because of stigma. We already have that code. So you select up to they are labeled. All right. So that speaks about stigma per se. And we have something like stigma. I think in sociocultural, yeah, that one. So you okay that. Then let's go to, I just want to jog your mind. Let's go to the last sentence of that paragraph. She is saying They exchange all manner of information regarding contraceptives, and some do not really know what is correct or know what are not correct. So what comes in your mind here as you read this is you have something to do with in your study where these girls get information from. So this is a point they're already giving, yet you have not asked the question. And it's good that you code at this moment. So you want to right click and go to, you must be having a code representing that kind of information. The exchange all manner of information. So I think the sources of information, yeah,
Yes.
yes, it's
This is
somewhere down.
Sources. Other people.
Is there anything under other people?
yeah. These peers, these teachers,
That's
these
what she's
parents.
talking about. Exactly. And okay, I read these transcripts, and this is how I came up with these categories, and that's why we can identify them quickly. I did the open coding, I did the preliminary reading, I saw what was coming up, and this is how I started structuring this like that. So that's how I went about it. So this is about peers. So that's where they get information from. That's okay. So you're okay. What kind of information do they share?
Some say some contraceptives cause barrenness. Others say bleed excess in menses. Some, even if you want to use, they can be scared. However, okay, you stopped presenting.
He is coming along. Okay.
However, some of these side effects are real but need to be shared with a qualified health provider.
All right. So this something to do with this barrier has something to do with a perception something. So just highlight that, and let's find the best code there. If it's not there, we add it. It's about perceptions. I mean, that's what she's talking about. Very nice.
Yeah, so I choose this perception under social cultural.
Yes, because that's what she's talking about.
Okay.
About the what she hears from other people. So that's okay. But then she's saying in the second sentence, however, some of these side effects are real, but need to be shared with the qualified health provider. So there's something here I did not capture, a barrier. And I'm looking at a barrier like side effects. Okay?
Okay.
But it is not there. I don't think it's there in our codes, in our nodes. So there's nothing to code. So what you do is when you see something that is coming up and you have not thought about it previously, you add it. Just add it. So what you need to do is go to nodes on the navigation pane, and where we have barriers,
Yeah.
just click that plus because there's something down. Yeah. We have financial, sociocultural. You realize we do not have side effects. So what we need to do is add side effects there. So right click and then create new node. Call it side effects. Check that box, aggregate, then okay. So we have side effects now. Okay, so go to that point where we saw side effects. Just that point. Yes. And now code now using that we have created, which is side effects. Yes. You can see it there. Okay. What effects are real?
The issue
Pauline,
of weight
your turn.
gain is real. The issue of weight gain is real, but this does not affect all women. Some side effects happen for some women and others do not. This is why it is important to know what is good for you.
Do you think side effects can act as barriers to use?
Yeah.
Very much, because a woman may not use a contraceptive if it causes headache or
If it
something
causes
like
headache
that.
or something like that. So Abanas, what you're getting here is also an issue, is an extension of side effects. So you highlight that, all of that, where she's talking about
Headache.
not even that, up to where I'm asking her
Mhm.
what effects are real. Just start from where, what effects are real.
What effects are real? Now,
Up,
I start with issue of gaining weight.
yeah, up
Yes.
to the last point.
Okay. Now, you mean I? Sorry,
You
I quote
you,
from.
you
I
highlight
highlight.
from
There
there
have.
to exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
because it's capturing the issue of barriers, of barriers, which in this case are side effects.
So there.
Yes. So what you are doing, what you can see, ladies and gentlemen, is that we are picking a very big chunk of information and using just one code. Sorry, Abanas, you're losing your connection, but hopefully it will be back.
Okay. Are you getting me now?
Yeah, but is this just me, or okay? We can continue if someone is if we are all seeing. Let's continue with where we were. I'm asking, what other barriers? Pauline, is your turn.
Apart from side effects, girls are really excluded from contraceptive access. It is called unmet needs. In public hospital, they focus on women with children. What that means is that the girls will look for these things themselves or use them without proper prescription.
Okay. So what are you getting from that statement? It's about the structural barrier we talked about, that our wasichana na the providers, our wasiliani vizuri, they are kind of being discriminated. So Abanas, what you do is you highlight that, then we look for a code that best fits that statement. And I think we have it as barrier, then structural, and then I think there's that the third one.
Poor provider credit relationship.
Yes, awasiliani vizuri. So it's
Okay.
something like that. So we have coded all that paragraph using just one code, and that's why we said Nvivo now helps you to reduce data. Any other barrier to access and use?
Sometimes when you're married, women might be prevented from using certain types of contraceptives because of their men. They can hinder them from using. In addition, for the unemployed women who have to rely on their husbands for money, and financial difficulties can lead to non-use.
Yes. Now, when there's the issue of money again, so you code again such as an in financial constraint. But there's something here she's telling us. Just before you go, Abanas, there's something she's telling us here, and you need to be careful as a researcher and analyst to identify these things, huh? Because you have not thought about them before. Sometimes when you are married, women might be prevented from using a certain type of contraceptive by their men. So what comes up in your mind there? There's a barrier of spousal approval. I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we go to nodes because we do not have that and add it as a barrier. Just right click barriers, new node.
Sorry.
Sponsor approval. I mean, you can use another name that I'm just making my name, my own concepts because I was in this project. So you want to code that using that exact node you have created, where they are saying about spouse or something. It starts with up there sometimes. Start where?
Here.
Yeah, where they are saying they can be hidden by their spouses. Then code that. It must reveal spousal approval. Yeah, it goes. Okay, thank you. What do you think can be done to enable the girls and women access contraceptives?
There is need for tolerance and acceptance. We need to accept that these people are having sex, then see how we can allow them freedom to access and use contraceptives. In the clinics, it is important to have youth-friendly family planning clinics. The government needs to have clear policy and framework that do not exclude girls from productive health rights. There is also need for advocacy advocacy
In reproductive
in
health.
reproductive health.
Thank you. So we are now on the enablers. So just highlight all that paragraph and see what code best fits that statement. So we are already in enablers. Code. Enablers is just somewhere there. Yeah. Is there anything that does not mean community sensitization? It's not about economic empowerment. It's not about knowledge. So it's about something else, which we need to create. So cancel, and let's add a node, because here they are talking about youth-friendly clinics. So under enablers, add youth-friendly clinics. So it's on. So code that, because that's what she's talking about, using that newly created code. And enablers. There. Yes.
What about government initiative?
Government initiative. Okay, yeah. If you feel that that is a code that should be added, you need to add it. So I want us to go fast to complete this. You don't have to add it, Abanas. Let's just continue. I'm just answering. I think Pauline, you've asked what about the other one. If you feel there's a need, you just add it, and there's no harm. So for the purposes of us proceeding, let's go. Thank you. What else?
I think women and girls can be empowered financially. For example, youth funds and revolving funds for women and girls can inject financial freedom to women. This way, they can take control of their reproductive health, including access and use of contraceptives.
So, Abanas, you can highlight all that paragraph, because we have a code, I think, of empowerment.
Empowerment, yeah.
So code that, and we are still on enablers, economic empowerment. There you go. You oak. Once you do okay, it just calls itself and it just saves itself. You don't have to do anything else. There's something else she's talking about. Pauline, go where they
Lastly,
have.
education and knowledge is important. Let the girls and young women know about these methods and what fits them. We can have sex education in school that encourages girls to share and objectively know the range of methods so that they can choose.
Yeah, I think. Thank you. We Abanas, we can highlight that, and I think we have a code for that, which is sex education as an enabler.
So use community sensitization or knowledge.
I think it's about knowledge. Let's see whether there's something under knowledge.
Let me check. Yeah, this sex education.
That's where I got it. I read these transcripts and then I started crafting codes like that. So sex education. We're about to finish. In your view or experiences, are there consequences or risks associated with non-use of contraceptives?
Yes, pregnancy is one of them, and it is unwanted pregnancy. This can be invoked. This can be invoked by the idea of abortion. This is associated with other health risks, including death. So for women who are married, spacing of children can be an issue. Birth control helps control number of children and their spacing. When you do not use contraceptives, you can get children you did not anticipate and in quick successions. This can affect how you raise them, including the education.
Thank you. So here we are testing what their view is about if you do not use contraceptives, what do they think will happen? So right click that, then we see whether there's a code for that. Consequences of non-use. I think
Mhm.
risk, yeah. We have seen
Abortion and
abortion, it can lead to abortion. It also
Unintended
can
pregnancy.
unintended pregnancies.
So there's a way you can choose all of these at
and
once.
others.
Able control, see whether you can control on your keyboard. Press control and then see whether you can highlight a number.
No.
No, so you just code.
I start with one, then come back to another.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Or let
So
me let me check and just code let's say a statement that talks about unintended pregnancy, then I code for that. Then for abortion I code for that.
exactly.
Okay.
And death for
So
others.
just start with unintended pregnancy, then you code that as unwanted pregnancy. Risks.
Unintended pregnancy, that's one.
Yeah.
Then there's abortion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Label it with abortion.
Health risk. Health
Including
risk should
death.
be
I think now
Others.
from there code with others because you have others category up to
yeah.
the end.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. Where do you girls get and young women get information about contraceptives?
Let me start with young girls. They get it from everywhere. Friends and mainly on internet. For young women, they get such information mainly from providers at the hospital when they go for women clinic or postnatal clinic. They also get it from other women who might be share who might be sharing experiences. Yes.
Yes. Okay, so we have sources on information already. For girls, I think you can just start with they get it from when they talk about internet. I think we have a code like
And
media. Yeah.
mhm. So should I code internet only? Should I select from young
Yeah,
girls, blah
because
blah
there are
blah?
two, you can separate them.
Okay. Sorry. So internet. Uh, uh,
Media
so
is
there's
broad.
media,
Media
internet,
is
and social
broad.
media.
Yes. If
Okay.
they say the radio or television, then you could have chosen television or
Okay.
radio. If they get it from newspapers, you get it from you select newspapers. Then friends, I think that's peers.
Uh, so the people that's peers.
Yeah.
Then for young women,
Then for other
minus.
women, we are being told that they get it from the hospital when they go for clinics. So that's from the providers.
Okay. Sorry.
Remember, this is all your work as a researcher, and you don't have to follow a mantra. This depends mostly on your project, and you can justify why you are doing the things you are doing as long as they make sense. They also get it from other women who might. So those are again peers, of course, yeah. So peers comes again. I want us to finish. Take I think a break, and then we come for the last stretch where we look at queries. Do you have
Okay.
anything else to add about what you have discussed today?
Not really.
Well, okay. Thank you. Okay, so that's how you code, and some might not be as straightforward as these ones. I just use this for illustration for this class, but it's a real project anyway that we conducted out there, and we got some of these things. And this is how we went about analyzing data. So maybe Abanas, you still present, or
Yeah.
let me see. I think yeah. Let's see. Let's take a 1 minute break, couple of maji, and then we come back for the last stretch. I will not take much of your time there. It's about queries and our reports. Good thing is you have hinted about these things. So let me come back at 11 and spend a few minutes on. Let's come back at 11:02 and spend a few minutes on queries, so you have a complete understanding. Thanks. Okay. Well, welcome back. Let's complete the remaining part. The remaining part is now. I'm happy because this is where people get stuck. Where we have come from. Having done that successfully, then it means we are going smoothly to the next part, which is queries. I remember they are interconnected. You cannot do queries or generate reports if you have not coded. As I said, coding is the hallmark. If you do not code, you have nothing. And you have no authority to ask Nvivo to give you anything. All right. Just looking for something here we can use. Abanas, have you stopped presenting?
I think I'm still presenting. Maybe check from your end if my screen is visible.
Okay, yeah, it is now.
Okay.
Abanas, there's something I'm sharing with you on email.
Okay.
So that you can open it and then present for us.
Okay.
It has not come yet. In the meanwhile, show us your screen, your Nvivo screen, so that we move on. In the meanwhile.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. So we have done coding. And I mean, we've just done coding for one. I just took that time, we go through it together so that you have a feel of it. In the end, you code all your sources. Just go to your sources. Abanas, go to sources.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see we have coded for the purposes of clarity. Do I cancel this idea 1 and idea 2? Just close them so that we have the full picture. Yeah, there you go. Now, these are the ideas we had. These are our sources. These are our transcripts 1, 2, 3, and we have coded 2, and that's why you can see we have applied 36 nodes, and we have made references to 64 references. There is the next column is when created. I think we did that today. When it was created, that is when Abanas uploaded his transcripts. Created by who? Is this is where I told you that Nvivo keeps track, audit trail of what is being done if you select that part. And so it I think Abanas, your initials were UM. That's why it's showing us it is UM. And then when it was it modified, it just creates that audit trail. Others are 00 because you have not coded anything. We have not coded anything. All right, go to nodes, Abanas. Nodes. And you can see it is also, it has some statistics there. The first column is the name, of course, of the nodes as you created them. The second column is sources. Sources to mean that that particular node has been coded in what number of sources. It is showing 1 almost throughout because we have coded only one source. If we coded 3, maybe it will show 3. Where it's showing 0, it shows that we have not used that code. I think we have not used community sensitization code when we were coding. So that's why it's showing 0. Then reference is about the number of times a particular code has been made reference to. That is, you've seen we have like finances, you have gone twice, something like that. Financial, there's somewhere we saw financial constraints coming twice. So that's why it's showing 2. So references is about the number of times you have referred to a particular, the number of times you have coded that node. Then the third column is about created on, just the dates, created by who, and the modification. You can see things that you have modified today have today's date. Okay. I want us to go to Abanas. I think it has come on your email. Try to see if you can open it. That one. It's opening, you can see. You can see it's opening. Let's wait for it to open.
Okay, so should I convert or browse?
Browse. Is it there on your downloads? Okay.
Yeah, it's there on my downloads.
Yeah.
Then from there,
then you convert. What I've sent Abanas is now a whole project fully coded. You see here we have coded only one. I think this is not okay. Let's go by this anyway. So when we talk about queries, just go to that part, queries, Abanas. It's up there. Just
okay. Oh, sorry.
Open it up there so that you can see. So there's a way that you can see what is happening in your data that you have coded. And that's where the aspect of querying comes in. And we can we introduced this last time, but let's look at it keenly. We have a query wizard, we have a text search, we have a word frequency, coding. I mean, all these you can use them to see what is happening in your data. And let's start with wizard, query wizard. These are different ways of querying. And those of you who have installed applications on computers and all that, you know what a wizard is. It's just to guide you to do something. So I don't know whether you've clicked on wizard, Abanas.
There it is.
Yes. So what this shows you is, I mean, in your data, you have text, you have words, like the financial constraint. So there are those words that are coming on and on again. You want to see their frequency. You want to see what's happening in your data. Okay. So you can tease this out just to see what's coming up in your data. Here you are searching where certain words are. So you can search, for instance, the financial constraint, you can search the side effects and all that, and see how they play. And there are different options there. The first one says C, where particular occur in context. Identify frequently occurring terms. So you can see what is coming up frequently in your data. And going back to Catherine's case, you realize that if most people talk about pay rise, you'll see it commonly appearing in your search, in your queries. And what that means to you as a researcher is that it is the most commonly or frequently occurring theme, and it turns out for you. So if it comes out more, more times than even others, for the case of that Catherine's case, now you know that is the motivation is maybe now pay rise, because that's the one commonly coming up. But let's see this in our study. Let's select the second option, identify frequently occurring themes. Then say next. This is a wizard. No, I mean, just let's remain with that.
Oh,
But
then I click on next.
Yes, this is just a wizard, just guiding you. So it asks you there what the number of you want to identify the most frequently occurring words. Say you want 1,000, but I think 1,000 for now there are so many. So let's do like 50. But you can also choose all if you want that. Then you want the minimum word length. What that means is letters, the number of letters in a word, the minimum. So maybe say 4. So the words that it will search for you in your project, it will have a minimum of 4 letters. And then we say run. It's running for us. We see what are these commonly occurring words. And there we have them. We have girls. I don't know why it's bringing okay. It shouldn't bring that. I should have said that Nvivo, I think very well installed and everything is working well. It doesn't give you the commonly used words. It has some intelligence in itself. Nika genius flani, so that it doesn't bring you ones like and, okay, to, you see, with these common words. It knows what words you're using in your project. So it doesn't give you these other commonly used words, like the connectors and with or something like that. So for now, I don't know why it's bringing us that okay. But this is it. In our project, the word that is commonly occurring here is girls, with a count of 25. These contraceptives, up the way up to where you can see barriers. And you can see the weighted percentages. That is, it just does its statistics and says that what you have there as weighted percentage is the count divided by the total count. So it will do that for you. And that's the summary. You might want to do a word cloud. And word cloud is next. A banners on your right, there. I'm sure somewhere along the way you have seen something like this in some presentations. And what that means is the words that are on the fore, hizo zinakaa kubwa. It means they are the most occurring terms in our project. And the ones that have smaller font have less frequency in terms of occurring. And this is called word cloud, and you can export this word cloud and use it in your presentation.
Actually, I wanted to ask you that whether you can export these in terms of when you're doing visualization. I'm looking at what is being presented there looks very nice. So when you're you're doing storytelling and visualization, the question I was about to ask you, can you export exactly what we are seeing, because it really aids in you doing storytelling?
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. Actually, you've come up with the word I was looking for, storytelling. It's about telling people what was happening in your data. And I think that's a very key word. Yes, you can do that. What you do, Abanas and others, as you can see, ukiangalia, I mean, go to our gospel truth. Just if you don't want, if you get confused, just do a right click. Can you see where you can export? Catherine, we are together. I hope so.
Let me do it over here. Yeah, here it is.
Okay, so you click on that, export, and it will give you a so it will ask you where you want to open it, give it a name, say word cloud 1, then save it somewhere where you save your things. Then it goes there as an image. Let's see whether you can access it.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, so that's it. So that's how you export. That's fine. Let's go back to our Nvivo.
Here it is.
Yeah. So essentially, these are queries also helps you to do with what Catherine has mentioned, visualizations and making sense of your data by that storytelling thing. Very important. So you can export this. You can also do a tree map. These are just options. And a tree map helps you, the larger the box, the higher the frequency. So you've seen girls, contraceptives, and women are commonly occurring terms in our project. So that we have larger boxes. And you can also do the next one. You can test these things out in your free time.
Cluster analysis.
It's cluster analysis. You can just scroll down, you see what it has. So it has those combinations of words and they make a lot of meaning, just like the word cloud. So that's about querying. Let's you can close that, the word query frequency. Then let's go to still the same tab. You can text search, just click on that to see what is there. Searching text. So here you need to feed it with the information what you want. For instance, you want to search in all sources there, maybe. So search something like, what comes in your mind, Abanas? Financial? Or even money. Let's say money. I think money was coming up. So money and say search.
Okay.
Search is run query.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's running for us, and it can tell you that that concept is found in IDI 1, IDI 2. I mean, it's just a way of seeing how your data plays out, and you can tell a story on that. That's a summary. Let's look at the references. Is the other tab down there after summary? On your right. On your right.
On my right.
Down on
Okay,
your
sorry.
right. Yeah, there. So we are looking for this term money, and we see how it has been referenced. We can see in our transcripts, rely on parents for pocket money. I think we had something, some girls saying that they rely on their parents for money. Then the second reference is things to do with money. You are talking about, I think it's in that particular transcript you have coded. There's issue to do with money. So you can search out words are coming up in your data. Let's go to text. Yeah, with text now it takes you direct malizo vitu ziko where that word is. So if you open IDI 1, you'll get that it shows you where that word is, and so on and so forth. So that's just about searching words where they are, and you can create you can know how they are frequently appearing. So close that, then we go back to our query. Word frequency, let's see what happens there. It's the same thing with what we did one step before. Yeah, so you want to search in all sources. Click all sources. You can select which source you want to, if you don't want to search in all sources, but it is good you search in all sources because that constitutes your work. Then say we want the first 30 and the minimum length, let's say this time around is 5 letters.
Yeah.
And then you run query. Yeah, so it's still giving us how our the frequency of the words. There's a summary. I think the word cloud, it would give us the same. It's just the same way of doing things. Yeah, only that now we have said our minimum length is 5. If you change the minimum length to go to 7, let's see what will happen. It will eliminate words that do not have at least 7 words, 7 letters. And you see now contraceptives emerges as the commonly occurring theme based on our minimum length. So the bigger the font, and it will come up mbele, it shows that word is frequently appearing in your project. The smaller the font, the less or the lower the frequency. So that's it. It's about seeing what's happening in your data. And I've seen most people, and even myself, I've gone to projects and created a word cloud just to present and tell a story, as Catherine said. And so I just export it and take it to your presentation for visualization. And this is actually part of the visualization in Nvivo. So that's it about querying. It's about asking your software, I gave you this kind of data, I want to see it in this kind of a pattern. You can tease out all these other things. As we said in our first class, or is it last week, it's not very easy to mess up. So just be innovative and just look at these other things, what they mean. But the idea is the same. It's about querying, asking Nvivo now that he gave you this data, I want outcome in this pattern. I want to look at this and such kind of things. I want to introduce you to something to do with reports. And this is the hallmark, because now again, reports, you must have reports at the end of the day where you can make reference to. And we saw how you can get a number of reports. Just go to the navigation pane, banners. There's a report. The navigation pane down here, down left. Yeah. Now these are options that you can choose to ask Nvivo what kind of report you want. And you can ask Nvivo, as long as you have coded, unaweza uliza any kind of report and it will give you. And as I hinted last week, mostly we do coding summary by node, but you can explore others and they mean what is written there. For instance, coding summary by node report, we mean that we want a report by nodes, and our nodes were those thematic categories: financial barriers, what are the challenges or barriers, what are the enablers, what are the sources of information. So it will give us all that. So just click on that. We start with that one. So it brings you that pop-up. You want to click the first box just to make it active. Yeah. So all what you need to do, and Vivo will do all those other things for you. What you need to do is to select what you want. So on the left, on the right, there's select. This is by node now. So you want to select by barriers. Let's see barriers. Not all of it. That plus shows there's something below. Yeah, that one. Let's look at financial, whether there's a report on that. Then you okay. So it's generating a report on barriers, or specifically on financial constraints. So that's the report. But for it to make much sense, just exit. We'll come back to this.
What do I exit?
Close that one.
This one.
Close. Yes. Repeat the process. Go to that coding summary by node report. Select. Let's select barriers. If you select it that way, it will bring us all this financial knowledge gap and all that, because it's there. So say okay. So what we have asked the Nvivo to give us is a report on barriers. And you see in your writing, you'd be saying, we sought to investigate the barriers to access and use of contraceptives among girls in Nairobi or elsewhere. And these are the barriers. And this particular report gives you what that barrier is, or what those barriers are, and where they came from, and the direct quotes. So you can still export this and it will open in a Word document. try an export. Yeah, just right clicking.
So
Okay.
it automatically saves on Word.
Exactly, yes. So go and retrieve it where you have saved.
Here it is. Are you guys able to see my screen? Hello?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, you can. Thanks. Let's start from the top. Just scroll, Abanas.
This is all I have.
Yeah, top. We want to see the top there. All right. It tells you it is a report coding summary by node because that's what you selected. It's showing you the date and even the time you've extracted that report. And contraceptive access and use is our project. That's what we named it. Is the name of the project. All right. So what you're seeing down here after the node, Abanas, maybe highlight that place icon where your cursor is up there after the node barriers, node backslash that one. So that's
Okay.
what it tells you it is a node. I mean, that's what you wanted. You wanted barriers to contraceptive use and access. And now it is giving you what, or the content you can see down there is what these people said. And that is what we coded. All right. So this is a general report on barriers, but you can also ask it to give you a more specific report on barriers, yes, but are they financial? So that's another kind of report you can create. So this is just giving you a general picture, and this is what they said. It's not there's no much content because we coded just a few transcripts, I think one. So that's why it's giving us a few, not so much content here. But if we coded everything, then the document would have been even be longer, up to around 10 pages or that sector. Let's go back to our Nvivo, because now this is the barriers contraceptives as a general. We can ask Nvivo to generate us another report. I mean, you can generate any report you want anytime by just choosing what you want. Just close that. Then go still the first one. Is the you'll find yourself commonly using this, the first option, but you can also explore what other options mean. So check that. That was a general report on barriers, but I want something specific on barriers. Is the next one.
Oh, sorry.
So I want on financial barrier. Just click on that and then okay. Then it will generate for me a report now on financial barriers specifically. Records not found because probably we have not coded that. Okay. Let's see something we have coded. I would Abanas, do you have a way of opening what we just worked on? The one that we coded? Because this is not
Yeah.
the one. Yeah. So that
Okay.
it gives us a report on what we did.
Sorry.
That one.
This one.
Yeah. Yes. Let's create a report. Reports from this. So it's the same way. Just go to reports on the navigation pane.
We work with barriers.
Yeah. But this time we don't want all the barriers. We just want on financial barriers peke yake. Then okay. It's generating at least because you have coded something to do with that. The longer the document, the more time it takes to generate a report. All right. Do you want to export?
Yeah.
Save it somewhere, then retrieve it.
Oh, because this one barriers.
Then you can go ahead and open it where you have saved it.
Why have I saved it? Let me just save it again. Yeah, it's here. Okay. Yeah, here it is.
Thank you. Still the same. Now it is telling us yes, it's node. Just highlight that part here blue after node. That one. Yes. It is nodes because we wanted nodes, and the nodes were about contraception, barriers to contraception use and access. Yes, but it's not about financial because that's what you have chosen. Remember, if it was something, on this report, what is showing us is they are all comments that came from our respondents and that the ones we coded, and they are talking about these things. They are talking about financial constraints, and they are there. For instance, this a respondent who said sometimes when you are married, you might be presented using Bedaman. Did we code that using finances? Really? Oh, oh yes, it is capturing because there we are saying, in addition, for the unemployed women who have to rely on their husbands for money, financial difficulties can lead to non-use. Yeah, it's bringing that because you coded that aspect of financial difficulties because of unemployment. So what this report is showing us all comments that subscribe or lend themselves to financial constraints only. Let's see if we have another barrier, but now we choose another barrier apart from financial constraints. I
So
think we have
which
some sociocultural. Just click on sociocultural. So it is bringing us the results what they said about sociocultural barriers. Yeah, you see now it has changed from financial to sociocultural because you have chosen, we have selected sociocultural. So you can ask Nvivo to give you almost any kind of report as long as you have coded. And remember, when you're writing your reports, you use these direct voices. I mean, these are the quotes you'll be using to illustrate your themes. For instance, when I'm writing a report, I would say, on the barriers to contraception access and use, we found that there are sociocultural barriers. And you can even go ahead and define what those sociocultural barriers are. For instance, stigma. So when I talk about sociocultural barriers, then I need to give an example from my respondents, what they said, and that's a direct voice. And what you just do is just you copy and paste that particular quote, and it will become your illustration to illustrate that there are sociocultural barriers. Okay, and so on and so forth. Abanas, go the last time and choose a report of your choice.
Okay.
And give us an understanding what you think it's telling you. Remember, you can even choose multiple boxes. It doesn't limit you to just one. That is if you want a report on something.
Okay, so yeah, basically the reports that have displayed here is about risk of contraceptive non-use. Yeah, and whatever selected is abortion and others. So under abortion, we had a correspondent who said that one of the risk of non-use could be it could be invoked by the idea of abortion. That's why people are not using it. And also another risk which was under other. Yeah, there was that one that says that it's associated with other health risks, including death. Women are or who are married also. Spacing of children can be an issue. Birth control helps control to control number of children, and there's spacing when you do not use contraception. You can get the children you did not anticipate for in quick succession, and this also can affect their and how you raise your children, including their education. Yeah, so that's under the risk why women are not using contraceptives. Yeah, and other and abortion.
Exactly. So even in your write-up, you will come to a point where you say, we also wanted to know what are the respondents' perception about the risk of not using a contraceptive. Then you said it's abortion, then you give those direct quotes to exemplify, to give an example that this came from them, that they think it can lead to unwanted pregnancies and abortion. If you chose Abana as unwanted pregnancy, still it would have shown you as a slash before abortion. So you can extract any kind of report you want, and because maybe after this class, some of you will be given assignments. Remember, you are coder already, so you can participate in an Nvivo analysis team, a qualitative analysis team using Nvivo, and you can act as a coder. So if someone gives you a job, Anakuliza, can you code for me this thing and using Nvivo? You say yes. then what you will give to them as your product, you just go code source after source those documents. Then afterwards you go to reports, generate the reports for them, and you'll save them in your computer and you'll send them these reports. These are the reports you'll send them, and you'll be done with your coding work or even analysis. If they want you to go to generating those word clouds and all, yeah, they can specify that. But the work, you need to give a report, and this is the reports now you'll generate after you've coded. Remember, you cannot generate these reports if you do not have if you have not coded, because the Nvivo will have nothing. You'll have nothing. So with reports, what Nvivo helps you to do is when you have so many transcripts, say you have 50 of them, and you don't know where a quote is, Nvivo helps you to get that particular even node, where that particular node or quote is, and that makes work easier for you, because you do not have to go manually checking where that one is. And listen, it's also about accuracy, because if you go manually, you might mistype. Okay, but you've seen there's no typing here. So that's why I said there's a 99% of accuracy. You will not go wrong unless you coded the wrong way. So this is about reports. And I think I don't know whether someone has a question. I want just because I've seen Abana's software has I think you guys are using 12. So I just wanted to hint something on maps. Maps, you can go to this, your Nvivo. Maps. Go into the detailed view and right click. Let's see what happens in maps. I wanted to introduce the idea of mind maps. Yeah, like that one. Mind map, new mind map. Call it HIV transmission. This is not attached to any project. I'm just showing you how you can still create your own images, Catherine, your own visualizations about anything. And you don't have to attach this to any project. You can just go into your Nvivo and start doing these things the way we'll see them here. Say okay. But you can also create a mind map for your own project. So this is about HIV transmission. And there are different ways HIV is transmitted from one person to another. So that box gives you a starting point. Okay, Augustine, I've gotten your question. I'll respond to it. Just write HIV transmission there, Abanas. Okay, then I don't know whether up there you can see on the ribbon towards the right, you can see a child idea. Child. Yeah, this is why I told you and Nvivo understand some of these concepts. So child idea, click on that. Say PMTCT. That is mother to child transmission. Okay. So when you are in that, it is about now creating a sibling. Now go to HIV transmission, just click on the other box. Then it's also a child, because these are children you are creating from that. All right, another way of transmitting HIV is through blood transfusion. Okay, go still to HIV transmission, create another child for it, because this is a parent. The other way, Abanas, give us another way that HIV is transmitted. You can just type. Maybe sexual contact, or just go ahead. Yeah. Is there another one really that we can talk about? Okay, let's talk about those three. So you can still export this and present it. It's a way of creating diagrams, and Vivo offers you that. And this is what we call now maps. And what you have done is a mind map. On your you can choose how to present it in different formats. By Abanas, you can see on your left. Yeah. And you can understand it very well from that point. You can also choose that one. And you can export this to another place and give it in your presentation. So you can, yeah, you can do that. So just ending up on this, just to show you how mind map works. Let's create a mind map that will appeal to Catherine, maybe on employee. So create another one. Employee motivation. I mean, this is how you can still present your findings, if that's the project you are doing. So call it that, employee motivation. Create a child. Say one of them is on-job training. Okay, Abanas, you don't have to go back to the parent. You can still be there on that one, the way you are, that is on-job training. But now make in your mind that instead of going for a child code, for a child idea, you'll go for a sibling, because you want another motivation. So you can still be there, but now go to sibling idea. Okay, promotion. Put another sibling idea, and we'll call it pay rise. We can have another one. Maybe Catherine, tell us what's the other one? What's the other motivation you've seen at workplace?
Flexi time.
Flexi time, yeah. we can have those 4. That's fine. And you can choose your presentation from the options there, the way we did for the other, the way you want it to look like. Yeah, it can look like that. If you click the other one, it can look like that. So really, this is about how you can present, and it doesn't have to be project based. You can just open your Nvivo and just create something like this for your presentation, as long as it is making sense. The way now this one is making sense. Okay, and you can export that, for your own use. I just want to stop there, guys. I don't know whether you have anyone has a question. I let me go back to, I think, Augustine, you had a question. I'm just retrieving it, whether I think it was something to do with auto coding. Yeah, Augustine is asking, is there a way Nvivo can auto code as opposed to manual coding each transcript? Augustine, the answer is yes. But there is something, however, you will not be in control. You will not be in control of your project. You will have given control, the software the control. Supposing, as we saw in our practice here, you want to add. I think Abanas, Pauline, there were things we were adding where we had not seen them before, but we are adding. It's like side effects. There are codes we added as you were coding, right? When you do autocode function will rob you of that chance. Okay? It will rob you of that chance. And autocode, I understand autocode from autopilot, ile andege, that you can be on autopilot, yes, but there's something autopilot will not get let you do. I mean, you cannot take off in autopilot. You can fly in the air in the autopilot. You cannot land autopilot. So you must have your hands there as a pilot. The same case with Nvivo. There are things you cannot, autocode will not give you everything. It will not help you make those inroads. You might not be able to, you are not in control of your project. And as an analyst, you want to be in control as much as possible. So there's a way. Augustine, yes. And I think we can do it. Go to sources Abanas, see whether we have that option, and open one source, maybe idea 1 or 3. Choose one excerpt, just the first one, maybe just for illustration. Then right click. Some will give you autocode, others will not give you. For instance, we do not have autocode here. I know of recent versions of Nvivo that have that option of autocoding. Yeah, but you'll find it in these options in those software, the most recent ones, because they are continually improving that. I think they also are reducing the manual work, and that's why they introduced the idea of auto coding. But you need to know the drawbacks associated with auto coding. There are those things you will not do, you will not tease out. I mean, that's what I can say, Augustine, about auto coding. It's there, yes, in some of these later versions, but it will not. You will not even at some point they might place auto coding might place codes where they are not supposed to, because it it's the language you have customized, like programming. Essentially, let me say that you do not have much control when you do auto coding, but you can. Only that someone who did it manually will have a better outcome than a person who did it with autocode. Autocode will also have so many errors where some codes will merge, others will collapse, others will be expanded. So there are a lot of things with autocoding, and you can do that just like in a driving school. You are taught to drive using manual, because using manual you can do automatic one. So I was just training you to do manual, because auto coding is so simple. It's just to find that option and then click run. But if I taught you using auto, it's not easy to do manual. So there are those tension with auto coding, Augustine. I can see where you're coming from,
Yes,
Augustine. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, Augustine, because sometimes you have a lot of data, like 200 transcripts. So you wonder how you will manage them manually. But what you do there, the idea of teamwork comes in. So mnagawanya transcripts, you do from 1 to 50, another person from 51 to 100, like that. And that's how you manage working in teams.
Alex, I have a question.
Yes, Solomon.
And you just mentioned it about maybe I have maybe 200 questionnaires. So will I code them manually, and then about the report of the same? When I'm generating, for example, a report of a financial constraint, will it come with all the questionnaire, or maybe there's a way I can do for each question?
You can choose. I lost you somewhere, Solomon. Please come again.
Okay, I was asking.
Yes.
The first thing, even when I have maybe 200 questionnaire, I will enter them manually, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I come to the reports, when I'm generating the reports, just the same way we have done here, will I have the report for the 200 questionnaires, or maybe I can choose to maybe have pattern, maybe get the first 20 or maybe 10?
You can customize that. Abanas help us. Let's demonstrate that, Solomon. Abanas help us with your presentation still. Go to reports.
Okay.
Reports where we were. Then we have the Solomon. Now you'll go to the second option, by source, because now you want reports by source, right?
Okay.
So check that, then select what you want. So you have sources listed there from number 1 to 100.
Yeah.
So you select the ones that you want. Solomon, I don't know whether that's fine.
Yeah, that is fine.
So you'll go to the second option. That's okay. That's fine.
Alex,
I have another question.
I will let Catherine in, then Solomon. Continue.
Okay, I want to ride on Solomon's question.
Yeah.
But now look at it from a different angle. Because on the sources, let's say, supposing in terms of what you've loaded as sources, there's the questionnaires, and you have, because it also had options of you adding other sources. So probably you've added some journal articles on it.
Yeah.
So when you're doing the reporting, how will it be able to, are you able to capture the reports from the questionnaires only, and then reports from, probably as you're doing your report, you want to capture the literature narrative first or analysis. So are you able to get that information?
What at that point, what I would advise is have that external literature you want, have it in the Nvivo, so that it is captured together with your other data.
Okay.
But
Okay, I'm back. I
but
was
but let me finish on that, Solomon. Then I let you, Catherine. It also depends on I mean, even if you upload a source and you do
Yeah.
not work on it, and people will not recognize it
Oh,
in terms of giving you feedback. So you
okay.
must work on it somehow so that you can get some feedback from Nvivo.
Okay, but if now you want to separate that, you want a report, oh, I can see code summary by source report. So you can code by questionnaires, and I mean, you can get report from the source being the questionnaires and source being just your literature review that
Exactly.
you're doing. Okay, okay.
Exactly.
That
By
makes
just
sense.
choosing the sources. That's why we have so many options there for you to play around with them, what you really want.
Okay.
Yeah. Solomon, you have the floor.
okay. Thank you. So another question was,
Yes.
maybe I the the first class. Actually, last weekend there was another class. I think you are not the one who was conducting that, but at least there was such a class. So there was this
Uh-huh.
criteria of before
Mm,
I open the Nvivo, I must
mm.
switch off from my internet. So what is the idea behind that? Like, what is the reasons why maybe I should do that? I should
Okay.
close my Wi-Fi and then Viva.
Okay. I understand. QSR. QSR is the company that
Okay.
these are the people who ni kama Microsoft wametupatia Microsoft Word and all that. So QSR wametupatia, QSR International wametupatia Nvivo, wao ndio wamecreate. So we acquired this software from them, and for you because once ukiwasha your software when you are online, I'm sure when you are installing, there was a requirement of key, some license key. Yes. So when you start your Nvivo when you're online, what that means is that key will be sent to the QSR International, and they will be changed. It will change because now it will recognize that as a new login, and it will prompt you to put another license key. So we don't want that. So that's why you want to start your Nvivo before going online. That is, you start your Nvivo when you are offline, so that it doesn't send that key. Otherwise, you'll keep on. It will make you keep on doing what? Doing licensing on and on again, and at the end you'll not be able to work with your Nvivo. So that's why we work with it. You start it when you're offline so that it doesn't send the key, which by sending the key, it will prompt you now your software to ask for another key, which you don't want.
And does it necessarily use maybe the internet? That is the whole of the software. Must I be
No,
connected to use the
it's purely offline. It's purely offline. You can even switch off your internet and continue with your things. So it doesn't rely on internet once you have it. But
Okay.
I want to, I'm typing. There's another software. You can see it on your charts. It's called that. That one you have to be online throughout. You have to be online throughout because it kind of creates an account. It's called Deduce. It's commonly used. It's a common software, but they just get to know about it, and it functions the same way as Nvivo. But for this one, you have to be online because it creates an account. The other one, the other software that you can want to explore and works the same way with Nvivo is that one. But this one that, doesn't require internet. So you want to familiarize yourself with this. We said Nvivo is not just the only software to analyze qualitative data. It's just one of them. So the commonly used ones ni easy. Deduce, Atlas, TI, and Nvivo. People use Nvivo because mostly it is friendly somehow. I would say so. It's friendly and it gives you wider options. But Atlas TI is also used mostly. So, but they work the same way. They work the same way. I was just looking whether I have Atlas. I show you how it is. But the Nini is the same as Nvivo. So once you have Nvivo knowledge, it's very easy to get. I think you need just one or two classes for these others. Solomon, I was answering your question whether you have to be online with Nvivo. The question is no.
Yeah.
We are being online
I now get it.
because of our communication. But if you
So
go to
and now,
deduce,
okay.
yes, continue.
Mhm. And now, I was saying, maybe when I updated, maybe to get maybe Nvivo 11 and the 12, maybe is there, I can get the licenses maybe without buying, or maybe do you have the licenses for the same software?
I understand, Solomon, where you're coming from. These ones are paid. These ones are paid, and you have to buy. You have to buy. So if you want version like now, I'm using 20.1. 20.1 they produced this I think last year. You need either you do a trial version if you do not want to buy, you do a trial version, I think for 30 days or is it 16, somewhere there. Then you work on it and quickly, because now after the days elapse, then it will expire. Otherwise, they need a version, they need a key, and it is bought. QSR International, our producers, so Nvivo, they are so mean. Of course, these are complex software, so they don't just want it to be available freely like that. So it's not freely available. I believe Nvivo is paid up licenses. Check website. Yes, Kathleen, that's it. It's paid. It's paid.
Asante.
Another question. I'm looking for something else to add before we break. In the meanwhile, maybe someone who has a question can ask. Okay. Before I go to that,
Excuse
I have.
me.
Yes, go on, Pauline.
Okay, in my software, I
Uh,
don't have the maps option, but I have the model, which I think does the same thing.
yeah.
But
Mm,
most of
yes.
the ribbons are not functional.
They are not functional because maybe you do not have data.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Once you feed data, they become active. And the issue of whether you have maps or not is a version issue. That's why I said let's go to I show you something to do with maps, because I've seen Abana's version has that.
Okay.
I know your version you're using 11. Pauline. So
Yes.
that doesn't have. So they go improving, but the outwork on Nvivo does not change. The ideas do not change. It's only that they introduce a few things. Yeah, just like how phones develop. Like a previous version of Nokia, sijui ilikuwa na what function that these others do not have or have. I mean, it's a version issue,
Okay.
but exploring it's the same way. Ideas are the same.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. I was saying that somewhere we have used background information, background characteristics, yeah, respondents. Purposely, that was for examples. An example, because it seems best when you work on those background characteristics to show the parent code, the child code, and the grandchild code. Mainly when you are working on a very real project, you might want to divorce that background characteristics part. That is, you can deal with that quantitatively. Just go to other questions. You skip your background characteristics. You handle it separately. Like you'll say, okay, in my study, I had 5 men and 20 women. That's the gender part. And you can do even percentages on that, not on Nvivo, but elsewhere. So that in Nvivo, you concentrate with these other questions apart from the background characteristics. It's not a must that you do what you have done. You can start with the real questions. Like in this contraceptive project, you start with the barriers. You leave alone hizo background characteristics like religion, how many are Muslims, how many are. You can do that separately. I don't know whether we are together on that. You do not have to code these these are background characteristics on NVivo. I was just doing that. I was just doing that for the purposes of illustrations here. What I'm saying is, just to put that into perspective, Abanas, let me share something. Um, mm, 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 mm. Catherine is giving us some of resources there. So there's something I'm presenting. I'm just explaining how you want to deal with those background characteristics separately. So I will have here ID. This is a Excel file. ID is maybe respondent one, respondent two, up to whatever number I have. Then I have even IDs, I can have them this way. And so on. So on IDI1, I'll say marital status is married. Level of education is tertiary, maybe. And that's why it's important when you're collecting data to record these details again separately so that you can deal with them like that. So religion maybe is Muslim. And I go to IDI 2. Remember, I can add others like income, other variables like income, like gender. So this is probably was a female. Then 2 is single, maybe. Level of education is this, say primary. Is Christianity, maybe. Or is even is a Buddha. Buddhism, maybe is a female, is a male. So you can separate them like this. You work with the background characteristics separately. So in the end, you can do male, how many were female, how many were male. You can do standard deviation. You can do average. For instance, this part of income, you can say most, on average, people earn this amount, something like that. So you can deal with them separately. Then the read questions, you deal with them now in Nvivo. Yeah, yeah. This is what I was saying when I talked about dealing with background characteristics separately. So you can create an Excel file for that and then enter the data like that. That's something I had not said. I thought it's good to talk about it. That way. So in the end, you can create frequencies, so that at the end, my table would look like, just creating another one, variable here is maybe gender, first one, second one is religion, the other one is marital status. I just want us to go, guys, because now we are through marital status. Then so that's the variable. Then I can have frequency, maybe here, frequency. Let me make it bigger. Like that. So frequency, here I can add something. I remember you can create any format you want. So there's female here, there's male here. Frequency, maybe you calculated all of them, they were 5, and this other one was 6. The same case for religion. Sorry. For religion, you see this. So maybe yes, Christianity. Okay. Then Muslims. Don't mind my spellings. Then you can see now I met 10. Then I met see like 5 Muslims like that. So this is the variable, this is the attribute. We said, for instance, the attribute for gender is male, female. You can even create standard deviation. So that's what I meant by you can deal with those background characteristics separately without really coming into Nvivo with them. Right. I don't think I have much to add. Nafikiria sisi wote tumechoka. But one thing I would tell you is you will never just like some of us, and I am a sinner here. I am a victim here. I was taught something, a package called Access in my computer classes. Access. But I have not used Access since we did that exam. What I've used is Excel, Word, and PowerPoint. So I don't remember if you give me an Excel Access project, I might not be able to work on that because I have not used it. The same case with Nvivo. If you don't use it, you don't make practice. And that's why we wanted to issue with our software so that even at your free time, you can tease out most of these things. You need to practice. And then just as I said last time, somewhere we met, I said we cannot have it's not possible to take you to expertise level at the moment because expertise, these are some of the things you develop yourself as you interact with the software, and just feel free to interact with the software. As I said, you cannot go wrong. You will not, even if you make a mistake, it's part of learning. So don't keep catapult yourself to that expertise level. At the moment, I know you are competent based on even some of the feedback I got in terms of assignments. But most of the things here is just learn and question. Lines remain open. So if you have a question, then please do not hesitate to ask. I think I'm done, guys. So I am waiting for some other questions. Something I wanted to clarify again is when you go out collecting data, you don't collect data that is not useful. Especially the background characteristics. For instance, I just give an example. In this project you are doing here, I advised the team that it's important to collect demographic data on the religion. Justification being religion can influence how you use contraceptives. Sorry, so when you go out here, you don't collect every other individual or background characteristic. For instance, if you are looking at body weight, is it body mass or this thing to do with obesity? It is good to collect data on height and also on weight. I doubt how you will be able to, how, for instance, religion will help you there. So you collect background data based on how it is helping you. You don't collect anything. I was, for instance, in this project proposing that we collect data on income because that can influence accessibility issue, and we have seen financial issues. So in the end, I can link data so that I can say the average income for these people was this much, say 5,000. And that tallies well with the financial constraint they are citing, something like that. So you don't collect any data out there. You collect data that you want to use, Again, when I am talking, for instance, there's another study I'm talking to women only or girls. At that point, I will not collect gender data, okay? Because I mean, they are all women. So I will not even ask them what their gender is. Some things you just observe. Other things like things that you can see. Maybe it's a woman who, you are interviewing women who are in their second trimester, and I think the pregnancy is already showing. Ideally, you don't have to show them to ask them whether they are expectant. I mean, those are some of the things as a researcher you can tease out and see for yourself without asking. If you are dealing with men, for instance, you will not include a background characteristics to do with female, because you know you won't encounter them. So you just work strategically, collect information based on what you want. Not everything goes into your data. You just customize. That's something I wanted to say. So me, I'm done, guys. So just looking at the comments. So that's fine.
Alex, your voice disappeared.
That's how I can.
I think
I think my voice disappeared. You hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Your voice is breaking.
Yeah, sorry. I was saying I'm done. And those are my contacts. Maybe if something you want to make a follow up, the keyword is and we will not do anything or everything for you. You are in control. That's why we not go for auto coding, Augustine. Then it's important that you know your data very well. Make the transcripts, read them, see what is coming up. Make a code book. Make a code book that will help you now create nodes in Nvivo. Then start coding. You cannot do anything else without coding. Coding is the first thing. So essentially that's it. If you do not have a question, I want to call it a day and a training. But there are a few things I would share with you, like this one. It's an analysis plan. How do you go about this? You'll get more details about what is preliminary content reading, what is open coding, development of a code book, and then you start doing now formal coding. These are some of the things I'll share after. Some of you have them already, but I'll still share. Those who do not have them, we still have access to them. I want to stop there. It's almost 1, guys. I think we've been here for long, and thank you for your patience and participation. At some point, we had hitches with software, but some of you came to help in presentation. Otherwise, we would have called off the class if not some of your support. So thank you very much. I want to wish you, I think you will communicate with the admin for issues to do with the certifications and all that. So that's you will sort it out with the admin. Otherwise, I want to wish you well. Please get back if you have something, but also go and tease out more things. Sometimes I've encountered a student who is teaching me something because they went ahead and dug a lot and did a lot with themselves, and I always appreciate that. So I want to leave you guys at that point. Thank you very much for your attention. You've been very nice students, and keep in touch should anything come up as far as qualitative data collection and analysis is concerned. I don't know whether someone want to say something, and then we call it a weekend. If not, bye-bye, guys. This conversation is also being recorded. Everything is being recorded, so you can, I think you can also liaise with the admin to have the recordings for your reference. Otherwise, bye-bye, and I want to go now. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.